See ya.
Right in here.
Okay, I'm gonna make an announcement to the public.
I thought you did.
Not yet.
Yeah, just,
Hey, for anyone listening, I just wanted to let you know we'll be starting the meeting soon. We hope we're just waiting on one commissioner to be able to establish quorum. Thanks for your patience. So we're on.
Okay, we're live. Hi, I'm Paul Tebow, the Managing Director. For folks out there, we are still waiting on one additional commissioner to be able to establish quorum, but we're going to begin with some preliminary matters. Sandy, are you out there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
I think you had requested that we have a moment of silence for an elder who recently passed.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Did you want to say anything about the elder? Before we do that?
I just wanted for folks to know that tribal elder Laura Dana passed away on the 10th of July after a long illness. And she was very much an advocate for the rights of Wabanaki citizens. And she was a very staunch advocate for children and the rights of children. And so she will be missed. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. And so we're now going to take a moment of silence to acknowledge her. Okay. Thank you. And now I'm going to call on one of our Penobscot commissioners, Bert Polchis, who's going to offer a prayer for the wife of our commissioner, Darren Ranko, who is facing a serious medical condition. Bert?
Siguro. Chimusus. Sini West, Simantu. Grandfather, Great Spirit, in a humble, loving, and respectful way, we give you thanks for all of your blessings. At this time, we'd like to ask that you reach out with your healing hands and those of our ancestors who are here with us today. That you send that healing energy to Stephanie, a wife, a brother, a cousin, Darren Ranko, who is at this time in the hospital trying to combat a medical situation. Bring her strength and healing. Bring strength and healing to the family. Bring strength and healing to the communities that are affected, to all. And also, to add on to that, the elders and all those who have passed recently and haven't had time for acknowledgement, that we send that out as well to all of the families and communities that are affected. Chiwaliwan, Sidalagomoki.
Thank you, Bert.
Newell has joined.
Newell's with us, so we have quorum. So Newell, you've joined us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we do.
Okay, I'm having a hard time hearing you, but I'm trying to fix it.
Oh. Well, is the problem me? What if I speak more loudly? Does that help any?
Hello.
Newell?
Yes.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Oops. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you fine.
Okay,
And you're
good.
hearing
I can
us?
hear you now. I can hear you now.
Okay, well, thanks. we started with a couple of preliminary, a moment of silence and a prayer. And now we're ready to start the formal meeting. So I'll leave it to you as chair to decide how you want to proceed.
I'm going to turn the chair over to Bob if he's willing to accept. Because I'm not, like I said, I'll be able to listen in. I'm not sure about how much I can participate.
I'll be glad to if I can borrow your copy of the agenda. I've read everything, I just haven't printed it out.
You're welcome to mine, yes.
Well, I guess the introductions. Yes, let's start with introductions. Mr. Chairman, do you want to continue with the introductions? No, you're blind. You can't see who's in the room.
Yep, sure. No Louis Lewis, that's gonna mukad naga walas gwawi nil. Nujay auzi baik madak me gug naga na gut cook. Nitol mulsum nagmal nil dana nil nabam. Walewin. Back to you.
Very well, Mr. Chairman. I think we have to recognize distinguished guest. Is it Representative Ann Perry from which?
From Calais, from District 9.
Welcome to the esteemed representative. Let's see, I'm not sure I can keep track of things in two different places, but Deirdre is also writing down on our whiteboard, which won't be displayed, those attending remotely, which include the chairman, as we know, Darren Ranko. Darren,
Hey,
if you're there. What was that?
Joey Barnes.
We saw Joey Barnes. Sandy Yarmul, I think, is also available by Zoom. And live, so to speak. Yes, Joey Barnes, I can see that. Now I can actually see your face. Oh, and Richard Rosen. It's nice to see you again live from Rockport.
I
Belfast?
wonder if the Zoom folks could introduce themselves first and
Live
just pass it
from,
on.
working in Castine, live in Bucksport. Hi, Ann. Kim and I send our best wishes.
Thank you.
Yeah, why don't we just let the other members who are on?
Yeah, would you want to just pass it to the next person on your Zoom screen, Richard? And we'll let the Zoom people introduce themselves first. Then we can
Or
run
I'll
the tape.
pass it off to Joey.
Thank you.
I think we saw Joey, and he can tag the next person on the Zoom screen.
Hi, Joe. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Yeah.
can. And well, we can hear you and we can see Darren. Darren, we're all rooting for you and Stephanie. And Zeke Crofton McDonald, are you on the Zoom?
Hey, good morning, everyone. Zeke Crofton McDonald here, co-commissioner for the Holton Bad Mound Seats.
Good morning, Ambassador. And is Sam with you or with us? Sam St. John?
Yes. Sam St. John, the other Mousy co-commissioner.
Well, thank you, everybody who's joining us by Zoom. I think if we had a vote, the Zoom folks would outvote those in the live format. But now that we have a quorum and a chairman, we can begin with the rest of the review of the agenda. Does anybody need to review the agenda to perhaps reorganize it? And if not, the next order of business as it has been ginned up would be to approve minutes from the April meeting.
If I could, on the agenda, I would just bring up that the last item listed on here is executive session, if needed. So I just want to flag that we'll need to determine at some point if we actually want to go to executive session. We would do that as the last thing on the agenda if we decide do we need to have one. And I would also note that I should have included on the agenda discussion of the next meeting, which would be September, and where we intend that to be. So that I suggest that as basically an addition to the agenda.
Considering it's noted on the copy of the agenda, which I took from you, between the two of us, we should be able to remember that as the last order of business. Any other adjustments to the agenda? Do we want to go then into the, Pat Millar, thank you for joining us here and getting another perfect audit. Dude, we could relieve Pat from standing through the rest of the meeting if we can take up what is her matter.
Well, I think I suggest we do the minutes.
All right. Minutes it is.
Minutes from April, if there's a motion regarding those minutes.
I'll make the motion.
Second. Want to move on to the financial report.
What do you want to?
Move to accept the minutes as proposed. Those in favor can wave their digital or their virtual or their live hands. Yes, thank you, Mr. Barnes. Those opposed, anybody opposed? Okay, we can call that a unanimous vote. Thank you. Now is the time to move on to the financial.
Yes.
You take it.
So the financial report, as usual, is more or less included in the staff report that you were all provided. I won't go through everything that's written in the report. I'll just touch on some particular points. You have the three financial reports for the end of June, which was the end of our fiscal year. The balance sheet shows that we have a carryover, a modest carryover that is sufficient to cover our ongoing operations until we would receive the state funding for the what is now the current fiscal year. I described the budget situation in the written report. I just summarized by saying that the new budget, the Part 2 budget from the state, includes the increase that was proposed for the commission, which in the context of our funding is a substantial increase that the governor recommended and has now become approved. So our state funding for the next fiscal year and the one after is now $268,500 per year. And by comparison, 3 years ago, our state funding was $111,000. So that's an increase of more than $150,000 in our annual funding. And we will be, over the next month, 2 months before our next meeting, we'll be putting together a proposed budget for fiscal year 24. And we will bring that to the September meeting for review by the commissioners. Our audit for 22, fiscal year 22, took a while to actually get finalized, but it has been finalized. It's another clean audit, and we owe thanks to Pat Maller, who does our accounting work, for another clean audit. And electronic copies of that have been provided, and we have a couple of paper copies here if those here want one. So those are the items I wanted to specifically mention in terms of financial report. I'll stop there and ask if there are any questions relating to the financial piece of the report. Rich,
Not a question, but just to make sure you probably are already aware of this, but so that supplemental funding, that won't go into effect to be distributed until 90 days after the legislature adjourns. And the legislature hasn't adjourned yet. So they anticipate that'll be August, so that would mean November. So that baseline funding in the first budget is in effect. But the supplemental, just in terms of planning your cash flow, will be later.
right, thanks, Richard, and for clarifying that. And yes, the Part 1 budget that was approved, I think in March, that includes our old base funding of 111,000, and that's available, and we'll be requesting that, and that will be sufficient for our operations until we can request, as Richard said, the Part 2 funding, which is not currently available, but will be after the 90 days expires. So thanks for that, Richard. And that will make a difference in terms of how we actually physically get our funding, because we have a provision in our statute that allows the commission to receive its full annual funding at one time, if we request all of it at one time. Because of this timing issue with Part 2, we won't be able to do that this year. We'll need to make a request for the Part 1 money, and then when the Part 2 money becomes available, we'll need to make a second request. But I believe I would interpret the provision of the statute to mean that we can request all of each of them at the time that they become available. So, any other questions on the financial piece?
Just a comment, if I may, that I retired from the Justice Department and I had never seen an audit approved without exceptions before I got here. And now I've seen like 4 of them in a row. I mean, it doesn't usually happen. We do appreciate it, Pat.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, then I'll move on to the non-financial pieces of the report. And again, it's a fairly lengthy written report. I'm not going to repeat everything that's in it. Just mention that we've been continuing to follow up on our C-Run report, and in the course of the meeting, I think we'll be talking more about next steps with respect to how we're going to circulate that and follow up on it. And we have a forum actually later today, a follow-up to that report. And on the state and legislative developments, we have an item in the agenda to basically do a review update of that. So I won't read what's in my written report. Likewise with the Indian Child Welfare Act, that will come up as part of the review of the legislative session. And we're going to have an update on the work to update our MITSC fishing rules and promote co-management of the fisheries on the MITSC boundary waters. We'll be discussing the work plan, discussing updates to the work plan, and basically, I think just about everything that's discussed in the written staff report is in one way or another encompassed within items that are on the agenda. So I don't think I need to really go into more details from the staff report, unless there are questions that anyone has from reading the staff report.
If not, I guess that's segues itself into the almost redundant discussion of old business, who gave us a little preview. How do you want to start the legislative session review? I think you may have the broadest perspective. You want to struggle at first.
Sure, I can address that a little bit. We have during the session, we had a legislative, / policy committee that, met periodically, communicated frequently about developments that were going on in the legislature. But I can try to, summarize the outcome, which a lot of people may already know. Of course, LD 2004, the bill regarding the applicability of beneficial federal Indian laws, was passed, but ultimately vetoed, and the veto was sustained. I guess what I've called the omnibus bill regarding the task force recommendations for changes to the implementing act has been carried over to the next legislative session. On the positive side, the Maine Indian Child Welfare Act was enacted, which is like I say, a positive development. The decision in the Brackeen case in the Supreme Court was generally positive, but the passage of the state act provides additional protections for in terms of the Indian child rights under the Indian Child Welfare Act. So Maine has joined a number of other states now in having its own independent state Indian Child Welfare Act. And the MITSC bill that would stagger the terms of state commissioners so that they don't all expire at the same time, that was enacted, thanks to Representative Aaron Dana, who sponsored that bill.
And his several co-sponsors.
And several co-sponsors. Those, I don't want to leave out something, but, and the Wabanaki Studies bill that we've worked extensively on as part of a collaborative group. A lot of progress was made on that, but ultimately that bill was carried over, and we are very hopeful that the bill will get finalized at the next legislative session. There's just a couple of things came up that couldn't be fully addressed within the time frame, so it's been carried over. So that's I think a general overview. I would leave it to the three members who served as the legislative committee were Bob Checkaway, Zeke Crofton McDonald, and Darren Ranko. And I would leave it, open to any of you to add additional comments.
I think Professor Ranko may rank first in seniority and deference. Darren, if you're there, you appeared as a witness on at least one of the bills, but it's all such a blur now, I can't remember. Are you there, Professor?
Yeah, I'm here, if you can hear me. I testified in favor of the putting back the language from the Constitution on the Articles of Separation that whatever that ended up being, 78,
Right.
the 78. And I think that has passed, and you already mentioned a few of the other bills that had passed, and one, I think there might be some other carryovers, but the major one, the Wabanaki Studies bill, will be carried over as well. Sorry, I'm a little not able to fully access my notes right now.
You were there when we needed you, Darren.
Thank you, Darren. And I did want to, I omitted reference to the bill regarding the restoration of the printed language in the Constitution. I apologize for not bringing that up. And my understanding, and I might ask Richard to comment on this, but my understanding is that bill that would call for a referendum on the constitutional change is on the appropriations table. And I'm wondering if Richard might be willing to shed some light on what that may effectively mean in terms of that bill.
Have you, Paul, have you tracked the current status? Do you know whether or not the committee has voted that off the table?
I honestly don't know the answer
Okay.
to that.
So any bill that has that passes and just prior to final enactment, if it has a cost, a fiscal impact, it goes to the special appropriations table and it competes for funding with all the other bills that have a price tag. And the Appropriations Committee, I know, has been in this week. Representative Perry may have some information, but they've been meeting this week. I know they have been funding and voting off the table some of the bills, and they've been working through that process. So at some point they will complete that work, and some bills will be funded, which means they go back up to the Senate for final enactment. And then bills that aren't funded basically stay on the table and expire. So I don't know the current status of the action of the Appropriations Committee on that particular bill. But it would be fairly easy to track that down and find out. But that's the process.
I don't know whether that has gone through yet or not, in terms of, or it carried over, which can happen as well.
Well, I guess I'll follow up on that to try to pin down, and I'll send out, I'll communicate with the commissioners about what I find as far as the status on that bill. Zeke Crofton McDonald, did you want to add any comments regarding the legislative report?
Hey, everyone. Yeah, the one thing that I kind of, perhaps I missed it, but was there a mention of the success of the Mi'kmaq Restoration Act?
Oh, no.
LD 1620.
Nope, I apologize. I omitted that.
Yeah, no worries. So basically what that effort was begun by the Mi'kmaq to amend the implementing act to bring them up into closer alignment to what Passamaquoddy and Penobscot have within the act. There was also parts to allow them access to control drinking water, similarly to Passamaquoddy and LD 906 from last session. So at the very end, Holton Band and Penobscot Nation joined that bill as well. Penobscot for the access to the drinking water, Holton Band for I guess a couple different things. Access to our own tribal court system, hunting, fishing, being able to regulate that within our own lands, and the creation of our own police force. And for the most part, that's the bulk of what that would do. And there was also another bill for Mi'kmaq to create their own version of the taxation that we have under LD 585 from last session as well. So just a couple of things to add, but you covered everything else. Thank you.
Thank you for adding that, Zeke. I guess I would add that as it's stated in the written staff report under the legislative developments, the staff is recommending that prior to the next session, that MITSC, conduct analysis and attempt to develop consensus positions regarding the implementation of the task force recommendations. And I think Bob has also made mention of this. As part of that process, MITSC staff recommends that the commission consider sponsoring and organizing a public forum, perhaps in the fall, and perhaps here at Copskick Institute, or another location that is determined, to discuss the in a public forum, the recommendations of the task force, which Ann Perry sat on. And it's now been, what, 3 years?
Yeah, at least.
And so that's a recommendation that the staff is making, that beginning with the next meeting, that, that we have a process within the commission before the next legislative session to formulate positions regarding the task force recommendations. Bob, did you want to comment on that?
Well, if I turn to the ad hoc chairman for a ruling on my own relevance, I don't know what I do, but if I can back up to the legislative session, Zeke, that was a classic example of how complex state tribal affairs can be. We moved forward with, I can't remember the LD numbers, the bill that would stagger the terms of state members to deal with the problem of mass vacancies every time all terms expire at the same time. But I didn't know that the Micmac Restoration Bill was coming and that it ultimately added them to at least the virtual table of the tribes that have a statutory connection to the state of Maine. And if I had it to do over again, I would wish that we could bring the Mi'kmaq into MITSC, and we could have arranged to expand the commission and stagger those state terms if necessary, so that it would account for 8 vacancies over the course of, I guess, 4 years. But I guess that will have to wait until next year. The bigger point is I think we need to invite the Mi'kmaq to join us to maintain relevancy, not as a mandate from the statute, but it just seems to make sense to me that we need everybody around the table. By the way, as to the Appropriations Committee, this just in from the Press Herald, the legislature's budget writing committee wrapped up its work early Thursday, leaving many major bills without funding, even though they passed both chambers. Senator Peggy Rotundo Lewiston, who co-chairs the committee, said lawmakers hope some of the more than 130 bills that were carried over to the second regular session could receive funding in next year's supplemental budget. So tune in again with the next session, I guess.
But we still don't know exactly what action, if any, was taken regarding the LD 78.
Hi, Jen.
Hey, Jen.
When we get a break, I may look that up. We also recognize and welcome to the cyber meeting Judd Kendall, who was, can we call you the senior author, principal author
You
of
can
the
call me anything you want.
except late for dinner. And we'll be discussing you're probably here for the evening's
Right.
discussion, but thank you for joining us. Anything else on the review of the state legislative session? Anybody there have questions about it? I would just underline what Paul managed to put in the fine print of the staff report. I think, not to oversimplify anything, but reading the governor's veto message reads like an invitation to me for MITSC to bring it on.
I got some news for
Yes.
you. And this is from Brian Collin. And he states that LD 78 was passed off the table.
So the referendum on restoring the
That's right.
printed language will go forward.
We'll go forward.
Thank you. That's one item we can take off the agenda as closed.
I'd like to say something. Just for, Bob mentioned the Mi'kmaq. I think, in the past, we've always have had a seat for Mi'kmaq representation in this commission, though they never really had a vote officially. But we always, when they spoke out, we always took in, their views, to help us in and formulating whatever decisions, or
Tell them
recommendations.
we could wait until Dover. Or he gets to Dover before us. We can move stuff around.
I just sent him a message.
But,
I just said we can
but-
make room. We have to move
Joey?
stuff around back there. We're between Milo and LaGrange.
Joey, I think you need to mute your mic.
Sorry, I thought I had it muted.
No problem.
So anyhow, I think, what Bob had mentioned, I think that's an awesome idea. I think, but we would have to approach the Mi'kmaq to see if they would be willing to come on, first of all, and then figure out, the intricacies of adding an official position in this commission. Because I think they're, what they have to say, the effects of, even our own settlement act that we are formed by, does affect them, one way or another. And yet they've really had no say. I mean, officially, which is one of the reasons why we had them come in. And, they did sit in and offer their perspectives. We would take them into account, So somewhere along the line, I think as a commission, think about bringing them to the table and having discussion as to whether or not they would even want to officially sit on, have a couple seats on this commission. And then we would have to also look at the fact that to balance that out for the state side, that would add a couple more seats for the state as well. So, I think I would agree with that. I really think that it would have been, Mi'kmaq, they should be here.
At least give them the chance.
Yes.
As I looked, Rachel, I'm sorry.
Well, I can see that Joey and Zeke have their hands up. Joey had his hand up first and then Zeke.
All right, I think they primed me. Joey, the pro tem chair will recognize you if you're there.
I am, thank you. Sorry about that earlier. I'm not very good at this technology. Bob, you talked a minute, well, I know we've bounced around a little bit. You talked about the governor's veto and the talk of, maybe this is a move for us to get more involved, but how about the governor get involved and take an active approach of replacing the commissioners on the state side that they have made every excuse why they haven't done it. It's frustrating when you read the veto and see some of the stuff that she put in there. It's the typical scare tactics and everything that the state has always used when it comes to us. And it's old and upsetting. Like, if we're supposed to do something, she knew last summer that these people were getting done and they haven't lifted one finger to fix the problem. So you talked about it earlier and I wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Joey. Zeke, did you have a digital hand up or?
Yeah, everyone, start ping pong back and forth here again. But in regard to the Mi'kmaq, when we were creating that bill, the Mi'kmaq Restoration Act, basically I guess the agenda was to bring a lot of the different aspects.
You're cutting in and out, Zeke. I'm afraid we can't hear you.
Which says a lot about the broadband project in the state.
Right.
Yeah,
Does he
into
have
a brand new
video?
act code. And MITSC was brought up multiple times. Restoration Act bill. All right, hey, everyone, is that better? I'm just walking further down the road here.
Put his
Yeah,
video
we can
down.
hear you better now.
Okay, yeah, I'll stay right here. So in the Mi'kmaq Restoration Act, there was quite a lot of discussion about MITSC, about should MITSC be included as well. They were bringing over a lot of different clauses within the implementing act, and MITSC was part as one of those clauses as well. I think it's worth noting, at least perhaps just food for thought. It was an intentional choice not to include MITSC. The Mi'kmaq did not want to do that, at least not this session. There was an opportunity to do that, at least start that discussion, but they chose not to. So just to help inform the discussion here.
Well, thank you for that, Zeke. I have to admit, as I look back on the missed opportunity there, I'm not sure that I could say that joining MITSC would have been a sweetener to the deal if it had been offered at the time. But it's certainly a relationship that the Mi'kmaq and MITSC should take up.
Okay,
Please.
if I could, I guess I'd ask at this point, we've had a discussion of a few things, and for the staff, I guess I'd ask if we maybe could discuss whether there's specific direction that folks want to take with respect to the question of whether the Mi'kmaq would want to join MITSC. Is there a specific action direction? And I guess I particularly would put this question to Newell as chair, whether you think we ought to, you or collectively, in some way, we should approach them and ask what their desire is, whether they'd want to discuss joining the commission. Newell, are you with us? If not, right now, I'd ask for anybody's response on how they think we ought to proceed on that, specifically how we ought to address that.
I would suggest, if I might, that either Newell or the executive director or the commission as a whole at least open that door, congratulate the Mi'kmaq on their statutory relationship with the state, and let them know our door is open, and we'd be glad to talk about giving them a prime seat or seats.
And so if there isn't any disagreement with that, I guess what I would do is follow up with Newell. And I think jointly we could prepare, a letter, communication to Chief Peter Paul to try to, open a conversation on whether they want to pursue that. Does that sound okay?
Yeah, I agree.
I think we have a consensus, and if you're done with that part of it, Paul, I go, okay.
Well, there were two other things that came up. I was just going to ask for some
Please.
follow-up on in terms of direction for us. There was, the idea of potentially having a forum probably in the fall where we could invite people to come to talk about the legislative proposals, and really I think to go back to the task force recommendations and have a public forum sponsored by MITSC, where we really look into that and see if we can move towards a consensus positions in the commission. So I guess I would ask, is there support for the idea of us trying to organize a public forum sometime in the fall on that?
I would support that, and in particular, a forum or part of a forum focused on the federal oriented act that just fell on the governor's veto. Forgive me, I can't remember the LD numbers.
2004.
That's the one where the veto letter basically says, this is what you all ought to be talking about. Is there further discussion on that point of the staff plan?
Ann?
Yeah, just, I do want to make a comment because Congressman Golden actually put in a bill to allow that what gets passed in the future will apply to the tribes. And reading the comments of Senator King, stating he feels that the state should move first on this. And the impression I got from Governor Mills is she's feeling that the Congress should make that first move. I think that gives us a great deal of work to do in terms of making sure the state makes that move. Because I don't think we'll get Congress to move until the state does. And so we've also got some work to do in terms of turning that piece around. And I'm just going to make one comment because I am so impressed with the Wabanaki Alliance and the work they've done lobbying for 2004. It has been phenomenal. They've gained really a lot of friendships and a lot of people who are looking to this. And it is that work of keeping it in the forefront, talking to the people that can make those decisions and making sure that it moves forward. Unfortunately, I think we had a couple of controversial bills that got in the way. And I still believe we have the ability to move. A forum, a public forum may work very well. And I'm sorry to put all of this into it, but just a comment.
Thank you.
Joey's had his hand up.
Yes, Joey? Joey Barnes.
Hey, I'm here. Sorry about that. I guess it goes back to the question I talked about earlier, Bob, when you talked about, the governor's letter and where are we at with her bringing people's names up? Are we even anywhere with her replacing the commissioners that have left us? And Representative Perry is correct. I was in the room with Senator King, and he brought that up to us as a tribe, that he thought it should be us with the state, and then she writes her veto and says the opposite. I'm not sure if they're both senile, if just one of them senile, but the reality is that's the same old game, that saying one should do it or the other should do it. I think in the end, he killed that bill that Golden had pushed, because obviously he doesn't speak to our governor in the state, because she put that in her bill, in her veto, and it's really disheartening, because she listed some towns that I spoke to that in no way, shape, or form knew that she had included them as being against us or against the bill itself. But is there any headway, Paul? Have they recommended any names, or where we at?
Yeah, that was actually that was going to be the third thing that I asked for some direction on or clarification, and they are, as you say, they do relate to each other. There hasn't been any nominations so far. Without getting into specific people, we've encouraged the appointment of a couple of people who we thought would be, excellent additions to the commission and bring really helpful skills and experience, but they have not been nominated. At the Judiciary Committee, it must have been a month ago now or so, Jerry Reed, when they were talking about the bill to stagger the terms for the commission, Jerry Reed represented on behalf of the governor's office that they were working on it, that they intended to fill the positions. That's the last, the last communication really we've heard. So I don't have a better answer than that, but I was going to put out to the commission whether you want to take a more, I guess, assertive or clear step here. I personally believe it would be very useful if all the commissioners, including all the tribal commissioners, were to join, perhaps in a formal letter to the governor, saying, we need these seats filled. If the commission is going to function as it's intended, that even the tribal members recognize that it's important that the governor make that commitment and get those folks nominated and confirmed for the commission. And so I would ask if there is support for the idea that we put together a formal request of that nature with all the commissioners, calling on the governor to, get those nominations made. That's my understanding, and Ann could comment on this, I think, but I mean, the judiciary can do confirmations. We don't have to wait till January. And the House Chair of Judiciary, Matt Moonen, I think basically invited that, that if they could get the nominations, the judiciary can do the confirmations. We don't have to wait till next year. So is there support for the idea that we put together a formal request joined by all the commissioners, calling on the governor to get those nominations submitted?
Bert. So, in that regard, I think, first of all, I'll say that I support that recommendation. With my comments, I think back, with our former governor, LePage. I, on a personal level, I believe that he utilized his power over putting in place the state commissioners as a tool. His lack of making the appointments was used as a tool to minimize the effectiveness of this commission. And I think that's something that we need to address, on a more formal level, with our legislators. If maybe you put the question out there, is there a possibility to find a way in the event that the seated governor fails to do their duty as far as making the appropriate appointments onto this commission, because I feel the work that we do is very important. We're not just something that's kind of just thrown together. It's a commission who that is in place by statute. So there's a responsibility on the state side, on all governments, that are involved here, but the states are the one who seem to utilize it as a tool to, whether they want to make their appointments or not. And as we see, we fumble around trying to meet quorum. And that should never be the case. We should be able to make quorum. And the only way we can make quorum right now is the seated commissioners that are still in place. Every one of us have to be here. In the event that we have someone who has to be, somewhere else where they're needed, whether it's a family member who's hospitalized, or maybe a death in a family, whatever the case may be, there's other things in life that sometimes pulls us away from doing our job here, from being present. And yet we rely on every member that's available to be here. That shouldn't have to be the problems that we have. We should be able to act within the amount of commissioners that we're supposed to be appropriated, to be able to make quorum. Because at any time, we're here meeting right now, at any time one of these commissioners drop out, we are now out of quorum, and we cannot fulfill our jobs if we decide we need to vote on something of importance. And I believe everything that we deal with is of importance. And I've stated it, and not just myself, but other commissioners have stated it in the past. The only ones who have anything to lose, the only that really is affected are the tribal citizens, are our tribal, communities. By anything that's brought here, it does not affect in any negative way to the non-native population. So, that being said, I'd like to thank every person within, in the state of Maine, and the legislators who represent those people, who have stepped up in support of the efforts of, to bring a positive balance that should be in place anyway. To support us in our endeavors to get things right for our people, bring the help that we need, I thank the people who have supported that, who have stepped forward, whether they've voiced their thoughts, those that have voted in a good way to try to bring that to fruition. I don't know why, I don't know why, as Joey had mentioned, here we have a governor and we have a congressional person in there, in the Senate, that don't seem to, flow together. Why they would even think that, they need to maintain control over our people. This is supposed to be a government to government.
Bert, can I ask you to wrap it up in a minute?
No, but but yeah, I do want to thank, make sure I thank the people for that. But I think that, again, with Paul's thought that we should formally put something out.
If I could follow up.
Yes.
I guess what I'm suggesting or looking for direction on consensus, hopefully, is that we put together a formal communication to the governor, joined by all of the commissioners. And I guess we would include in that a request, not only that she take prompt action on nominations, but we ask for a meeting with the governor to follow up on this, and with however many members of the commission want to join, and try to get a meeting with the governor. I wouldn't want the meeting to be a precondition to her taking, action on the nominations, but I think I think it would be a good idea to also include in that a request that we get a meeting with the governor.
Yes, Ms. Perry.
And I have sort of a legalistic question. And a piece of that is the Maine Indian Tribe Settlement, I'm mixing my initials, but anyway, with the settlement, that's a contract that the state has with the tribes. They are breaching that contract if they don't fill those commissioners. And quite honestly, the question would be then, with the breach of contract, is there any action the commission has to ensure that? And the next question would be, if this continues, the ability maybe of the Government Oversight Committee to take a look at this. I'm not feeling very gentle about this, if you really want to know. And I'm just bringing those questions out.
Well, can the, is there a way?
May I ask to have the floor back? I want to explain to Mr. Barnes, Representative Perry, Mr. Holches, that there has been action in the legislature on the problem of gubernatorial appointments, and Rachel and Zeke and I were there for it. We sat through, 2 days of Judiciary Committee hearings to finally be heard on our bill 2004 to stagger the state appointments. Well, let me tell you, that hearing turned into what I would consider an oversight hearing. It was polite, it was respectful. but Jerry Reed was there for the governor, and he was asked all the questions that you would want him and the governor to be asked on her behalf. And the committee left with the understanding that the governor had the message. Now, I'll tell you by way of background, I have never spoken to the governor or anyone in her office about anybody's appointment other than mine. But I now feel confident enough to do that. Once the commission does whatever it does, I'll be glad to follow up with at least Jerry Reed, because I'm sure he understands the problem now, and it's just a matter of bringing it to the top of the pile.
So my question I was
Yes.
getting ready to ask was, is there any way, or maybe someone could look into it, in the case where these appointments are not made, as you said, as a contract, in a timely manner, because we do rely on being able to do our job, by doing so, making quorum. So if a governor does not make that appointment within the appropriate time and manner, is there any other way around that? I'm thinking, maybe possibly judiciary committee or some body of the legislature that can, even on an interim basis, put forth a commissioner to fill a seat, so that, I mean, that's something that could be thought about. I mean, I know there's probably more complexities involved in there, but just throwing it out there.
And speaking of throwing things out there, I would invite any of the native or state appointees to suggest to Paul and Rachel qualified nominees. They need not be closely aligned with the state. They need to know what the territory is like and what the issues are. But I don't see it as a political exercise where we're all on different teams. So if you know of people that you think have the peculiar skill set, speak up.
Especially folks from Washington and Aroostook counties, which are underrepresented. And
Yes.
I think Paul said we've never had a state commissioner from Aroostook County.
As far as I know, there's never been an Aroostook County State Commission.
A fact, along with the absence of, at least at that time, any state appointed women, drew the attention of the Speaker of the House. So we know that she is pressing the governor's office to appoint women and people from outside the Southern Congressional District.
Sandy just raised her hand.
Yes, Sandy.
I have a quick question. So if there was a tribal citizen, can a tribal citizen be a state commissioner? I guess is my question.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
technically, I could apply to be a state commissioner because my seat on the as a Passamaquoddy commissioner has been up.
I was just about to say, I don't think you can have two tickets, but if you resign your position as a Passamaquoddy and want to go both ways, as they say in football, bring it on.
There has been at least one tribal member who has served as a state appointed commissioner. I don't know if there's been one I know of. Now, whether or not.
And I also.
Yeah, okay.
And I also would like to acknowledge the attendance of Representative Perry. Dunlockan, good to see you.
Good to see you.
So, Bob, can I?
Yes, please.
I guess I'm still looking for a little more clarity or direction in terms of what the consensus is as to how we follow up. I agree with Bob that at the judiciary hearing, I think the committee, sent a pretty clear message to Mr. Reed and the governor's office about, so my real question is how should we follow up on that and try to take advantage of the fact that the committee was saying, look, you need to get going on this.
I think that an official letter from this commission, signed, and
I
signed
think
by
something appropriately respectful from the commission as a whole, or from Paul for that matter, would be appropriate. And as I say, I'll be glad to get on the phone and talk to Missy O'Brien or Jerry Reed or whoever up there wants to talk about the point. But it would be helpful to have some names.
And what about you also mentioned requesting a meeting. Is that someone?
I'm still looking for feedback here.
Throw it in.
I would like to have a consensus on how we should proceed to follow up on this.
If those are the two issues you see appropriate for the governor, then hit it with your best shot.
Is there any objection to us fashioning? I'm still looking, should I just send a letter myself? Should Newell and I join in a letter, or should we prepare a letter that all the commissioners join in to the governor? That's my basic question.
My only resistance to that is that it will lengthen the process to get more signatures. Yes, Rachel?
Sandy just raised her hand.
Sandy?
I really like the idea, Paul. I think that there's strength in numbers, right? So having a letter that's signed by all of the current commissioners is a brilliant idea. I think requesting a meeting to have a face-to-face discussion and allowing as many commissioners who can be present to join in. But I do acknowledge Bob's statement about lengthening the process. But just know that I am supportive and I would 100% participate.
Thank you, Sandy. And
Joey just raised his hand.
Yes, Joey.
And I concur. I think us being involved in the letter and suggesting a meeting that we can meet with them would be great. I just think this is so pressing that it's frustrating when we try to do business and this is what happens.
Well, and this is the season to ask for a meeting when the legislature is adjourned.
Sort of.
If it adjourns.
Is there anybody else with a hand up?
Any other discussion?
I just have one question.
Please.
And I guess this would go to the tone of the letter. Do you want to offer to meet or request to meet?
It's a good question.
Request all the way.
Offer.
It requires her to act,
Yeah.
quite honestly. And that was the only thing I was wondering, is that to show her commitment.
Okay, I was thinking of it as a request for a meeting, a specific request for a meeting. But,
No, I just
okay.
probably put mud on the fire or something.
Is there anyone else?
Any other discussion of the sort of off the agenda question of whether and what kind of letter we should send the governor? I hear none.
So I think I heard a consensus.
Yes.
And we will follow up on that.
You'll see a draft.
And to go back then, we sort of got into that because it related to other things. But the idea that we put together a public forum, is there a consensus that the staff go ahead and work on creating some type of public forum in the fall, and potentially here, but it could be in another location if other folks think that would be better, and that in light of Bob's comment, that we focus that on the issues that were raised in the governor's veto letter regarding LD 2004, or should the scope of the forum be broader than that in terms of the task force recommendations? What is this? I'm looking for a little more.
May I recognize myself or self-recognize? I think the next step would be to figure out who our forum partners would be, because although we've got a lot of knowledgeable people here, I don't really think we can put the whole thing on. I would be inclined to move towards the law school just because they've got a nice place and I went there 50 years ago. And they like to do that kind of thing. In any event, we ought to flesh out where this will be and then let the host and the experts that they want to invite have a little voice in whether they think they can do the federal issues in the morning and the omnibus issues in the afternoon, or whether it's too much. And I'm thinking we should invite Mr. Reed and Mr. Hinton. I would buy tickets to be able to see them discuss the issues, and I will go so far as to volunteer to connect with people at the law school and maybe some of those panelists and see if they are interested. I see Mrs. Perry smiling. Either that or it's pain.
I know, I want to see those two too.
Well, is there consensus that we follow up on that and see if we can develop that option with the law school? I know the law school has been doing each fall for the last couple of years, they've been doing a session on Indian issues. Whether or not there's something already in the works for this fall, I don't know the answer to that.
Sandy gave a thumbs up.
Yes. Is there any objection to us pursuing this to see if we could, pull that together?
No, and in order to pull it off in the fall, we'll have to sort of act without formal quorums and meetings and so on. But I'll call people to law school. I'll be back in touch, keep you all apprised of what we're headed for. And anytime you do something like this, it may run away from you and people will want to emphasize different points. But I think the general area is ripe for review and attention.
I'm taking that as consensus unless there's anyone voices concern about moving ahead with that. Okay.
Yes, Rich.
I don't have a concern about that. I just wanted to check in with everyone about food. If I will need to leave for a few minutes to prepare food and I can bring it in here, but Paul had thought maybe it would be appropriate to take a break at that time. So how's everyone doing? Is now a good time to take a brief break and I can bring food in?
It's
12:30.
Yes, I'll leave you a teaser though that the next item after lunch on fisheries co-management, I hope will be one of the more upbeat sections of the.
Well, I think that if we start talking about fish, which is food, that might be a problem. So we need to eat first.
I understand. So those live in the forums propose to eat. We'll leave the Zoom stream on, or do we turn it on?
I think we could just leave it on. Daphne could maybe we can mute the audio for 15 minutes and you could put the little.
And for anyone observing on the live stream, please bear with us as we manage this mixed forum. And I'll address, this is Bob Checkaway's pro tem master of ceremonies for the day. If any of you can think of anyone that you think ought to be among the state appointees on this commission, please let Paul know. Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll now be briefly adjourned until
I think a 15-minute break.
15
That's
minutes.
okay with everyone?
More or less.
Rachel, you're putting food out here.
Yes. But I have to go.
Okay. Do you want to help that?
Sure.
So are we muting?
Did you move? Good.
So hit this button.
Yep.
Well, it's
to unless there's any part of the agenda you'd really like.
Talk about sealant.
Okay, yep.
I don't know how to burp.
Right there.
Right here. So next is the fishing rules co-management.
All right, then, we're back. We have, as far as I know, a quorum still present. And in fact, as I remember the rules, we don't even need to have a quorum after there's a quorum present to begin with. But if I can hold the floor again for a minute, having promised an upbeat report on fisheries co-management and fishing rules. I think all the commissioners are aware of the background of this. Among the grab bag of responsibilities that the commission has is regulating what I call boundary waters, which are defined in the statute as any lake or pond with more than 50% of its linear shoreline within Indian territory, and various descriptions applying to streams and rivers. And the interesting thing is that MITSC has exclusive authority over those boundary waters regulation, which prime or preempt the state default, which otherwise applies. It seemed odd to me that we haven't updated our boundary waters regulations since 2002. And in fact, as we got into this, it became apparent that we haven't updated them effectively since 1998, which I'll explain. But this was inspired by our meeting last December with Chief Rena Newell, who mentioned co-management sort of in passing. And it occurred to us that that would actually be a great solution to the problem of our outdated boundary waters fishing rules. The prior thinking had been, well, MITSC can't afford to hire resource managers to go out and do whatever it is they do to determine regulations within the so-called boundary waters. But in the great spirit of governments, it occurred to me that we could get others to do it free, namely the state, which rules the water on one side of these zones, and the tribe, which rules the waters on the other side of the zones. And fortunately enough, everybody I've talked to so far seems to think that that's a great idea, by which I include all the native commissioners, including Sam St. John, who's sort of the most well-qualified fisheries guy, I would think, of all of us. And his fame has preceded him to the inland fisheries and wildlife people in Augusta, with whom Paul and I met, Paul by Zoom, I by eyeballs, at their Augusta headquarters a couple of weeks ago. We met with Joe Overlock, and Francis Brodegam, who are, I think, number 2 and 1 respectively in the inland fisheries regulating business. They, of course, knew a lot more about things than Paul and I knew, and they had discovered independently that the boundary waters regulation had sort of fallen into limbo. They were trying to reconcile state regulations with what they understood to be MITSC regulations. We found out before we even met that part of what had happened was MITSC's 2002 rules, which are published in a brochure, somehow never made it to the Secretary of State's digital library. And so when the state keys up to know what are the current MITSC regulations, what comes up is the 1998 version, not the 2002 version. But all of the tribal reps here have nominated someone or more people from their respective tribes. I think we're still waiting, ironically enough, for Zabiak, where the whole idea started. But we have met with met with the inland fisheries and wildlife people, and they really want to cooperate and update the rules. It is sort of a diplomatic model because we don't have any procedures by which we might adjudicate contested rules. So we're in a funny position of being limited to doing only what we can do by agreement, which is why I call it the diplomatic model. And we are at this point just waiting for IF&W's Overlock and Groutigan to summarize the meeting we had a couple of weeks ago. I don't want to take any win from their sails, but they are very interested in this. They want to manage the resource properly. They want to relate with the tribal resources officials. And in fact, Groutigan mentioned when we spoke that he's been around for many, many years, and he goes back to the days when we used to do this routinely. That was how we arrived at the 98 and the 2002 regulations, was by calling on state and tribal resource officials and getting them to agree on something. They're going to get back to us on that. I would expect the next thing that will happen is I'll send everybody an email scheduling some kind of a Zoom meeting or whatever everyone's preference is. As a footnote to this, Paul and I were just discussing off record the provisions of LD 585 from the 131st session, which require collaboration between state and government agencies according to a certain format template. And here we have it just wrapped up with a bow for us, where we have to get the state and tribal people together to solve a common objective. And I think they're all looking forward to it. If any of you have not forewarned your tribal resource managers that you've given them my name, please let them know or let me know, and I will brief them on what's ahead. I think it will be a couple of Zoom type meetings, and then people may either break out by watershed or however they decide. As a sweetener, I've offered everybody I've spoken to about this to stay out of it after the biologists or resource managers are put in contact, and stay away until they come back with their proposed recommended revised rules. It may not work that smoothly, but we hope so. Any questions? Did you have any comments on that meeting, Paul?
No, I think that summarizes it. So is any comments?
Yeah, this by further academic detail, the process. What's that?
Elegant, that's my comment.
Elegant, thank you. What I was going to say now. Well, this is the diplomatic model by which the federal government deals with the native tribes, and this is what secretaries of Interior, Commerce, and Agriculture have adopted as their stated policy in dealing with shared resources on land held in trust or by the federal government for native tribes. It's what everybody else is doing federally, and Maine has the outstanding opportunity to be at, I think, the forefront of state tribal relations in this.
Good, Sandy?
Sandy, did you have a hand up?
I just wanted to add in, Bob, that I followed up on your email and included a little bit of the reminder that, you know, especially in light of what happened with the override standing, the attempt at override not going through, that this would be an important opportunity for Zibayig to be able to start pushing that more diplomatic method forward. And unfortunately, I have not heard back. So,
well,
but there has been follow up on it. Just I'm not sure what's going on, why there hasn't been a response or a nomination.
Well, you don't have to have a runoff. We could have more than one person named. In fact, we have more than one from the Maliseets. Sam has a whole team of people. But yes, this part of my whole plan here was to get the state and tribes working at a level below the elected officials and into the hands of the career people who can do it.
There will be folks here tonight from the Zibai Environmental Department, so that's a good opportunity to.
Thank you, Rachel. Anything else on item 6B? Because if not, it's time to go back to the work plan. And I'll just take a moment to introduce that myself by saying, you know, you think of the field of state tribal relations as being very narrow, but your agenda will eat you up if you don't control it and focus it, because it's everywhere. Paul?
Okay, so the work plan, what I've done is I've circulated a updated revised work plan. We have a work plan in place, and you may recall that at various times the commission has voted over the last year or so to add some things to the work plan. So this is an attempt to basically reflect where it's at this point, because obviously some things have been done, some things have moved forward, some things have evolved, and this draft also includes suggestions of some things that might be added formally to the work plan. It's not my expectation really that the commission would be able to absorb and take a formal action on the work plan today, although to the extent folks want to get into it, that'd be great. But what I was thinking is that we'd get this out there, have some preliminary conversation today, and then at the September meeting, finalize a new revised work plan. I wanted to, I guess, comment on a couple of specific things that are in here, either because they're ongoing or because they're being proposed. The third item on the work plan, this is an existing work plan item, is tribal state consultation, which says MITSC will advocate for effective implementation of the tribal state collaboration statute, including assisting with training for government employees. As you will recall, last year the state enacted LD 585, which included the new tribal state consultation piece. A number of state agencies were required to prepare policies and file reports. And in January, we were essentially flooded with new policies and reports came in from a lot of different agencies. One thing we need to decide, there's the statute is, it's not entirely clear in terms of what is expected of MITSC, as a result of that, but that MITSC is it's in the statute that those agencies have to provide those reports and policies to MITSC. So I think it's up to the commission to decide what it wants to do to follow up on that. At this point, we've basically gathered the policies and the reports, but the commission hasn't taken any other action in response to the various policies and reports that have come in. The other issue that's sort of out there arising from that statute is the idea of a piece of the training. We were asked by the governor's office if we could assist in providing work with the tribes to do the one piece of the training for the state employees that would, for lack of a better term, I guess you would call the cultural competence training. You may recall, we had some discussion about this earlier in the year. At that point, and Rachel and I had met with Jerry Reed to have sort of a preliminary conversation about that. And then we came back to a meeting and we described that. And to put it simply, there was a very large difference, I think, in terms of, you know, the perception of how to move forward with that. So that really hasn't been, you know, resolved at this point. That's something, you know, that's there for the, I think the commission needs to address how it wants to act regarding this invitation for MITSC to assist in, you know, putting together that training. My opinion on that, my suggestion is that at an initial stage, that we could offer to help organize a training that brings together an initial training, and this is not intended to be the be all and the end all of this. I think the training should be ongoing, frankly. But an initial training that brings together some people both from the tribal and the state side who have worked effectively and collaboratively on various issues, and that we have them present, you know, the positive examples of working together on, you know, I'd say, you know, maybe 3 or 4 issues. And I think there are examples out there of positive collaborations that have happened on the ground between, you know, tribal agency people and state agency people. And my personal view is that would be a good way to start, with some positive experiences modeled by folks who actually did the work, if they're assuming they're willing to, you know, help do this. And some of the things, I don't have a, you know, set idea in terms of what those ought to be, but I know some of the examples that occurred to me were, you know, the child welfare group that has a long history of, you know, collaborating. In the environmental area, in fish and wildlife, I think there are many examples of positive work at the, you know, at the ground level, you know, between staff from the state and the tribes, in law enforcement. I mean, I think there are, and I would obviously leave it to others to suggest, you know, other possibilities, but I think there are a number of examples of positive experiences that could be modeled. And I think those folks could talk about, you know, the misunderstandings that did come up in the course of their work, and how they worked through those, and how they got to positive outcomes on those specific things that they worked on. I think that would be a relatively positive and uplifting way to start the process. But that's my idea. I put it out there. I put it out once before, but we never really, you know, worked all the way through it. But I'm interested in what folks are thinking at this point MITSC should or should not do in terms of following up on this essentially invitation from the governor's office to try to assist with making, you know, a training, at least an initial training, happen. So I'm looking for.
Yeah, if I may, I looked at the statute to try to figure out what the drafters and what the legislature meant. I have to say that the statute is not self-executing. It does not explain how cultural competency will be conveyed. Everything that Paul has described has been informal. The governor's council contacting MITSC and saying, here's a job that needs to be done, can you do it? There's nothing compelling us to do it, except we have been sort of put in the middle of this. To my mind, it's a wonderful opportunity, almost no matter what is discussed, to simply have access with these public officials. You can have the cabinet officers if you want, I expect, or you can address rank and file employees. It's your choice, I think, your choice, Native tribes. Bert, is that your hand or? Oh, no, sorry. Anybody else willing to discuss this? It remains an unsolved part of our work plan. If anybody has any suggestions, including those on the live stream, let us know. Otherwise,
My brain's just thinking. That's why I'm quiet. I think that, I think Paul and I were talking last night a little bit. I kind of mentioned something in that line. Was that some of the former people that held these particular positions have, maybe come in. I think you hit on that a little bit, was bringing them in to help guide some discussion on that. I'm saying, I know for the Knobscot Nation in a lot of areas, former Commissioner John Banks, who also was the director of our Natural Resources Department. He dealt with a lot of these things, a lot of the things that come into play, both as the director of his particular, for his job, as well as a commissioner on this commission. So, but he, I know, has a vast knowledge of the various players who he had to deal with, and things, bringing them in, still here.
perhaps we could plant that seed with Mr. Banks.
Yeah, and I have no problem.
But the statute is so unusual because it's so unstructured. It doesn't tell anybody what to do.
Right.
You have to decide what you want to do.
But I mean, John was very successful in a lot of areas. So, and he has, there were areas where I know he was more frustrated than anything, but he was able to move a lot of things forward. That, and I guess that's a particular gift that he had, but I think it would pull him in, and not just him, but I'm saying, I was using him as an example. Fast McQuarries also have people that were successful in doing stuff, and Val seats as well. And then, but being able to bring in the people that were in those positions back then, they were able to find a way to get things moving, working together. They can help lay a groundwork for the future.
Yes,
Sandy,
Sandy, please.
I would like to suggest reaching out and encouraging former tribal representatives. I think specifically former Representative Fred Moose-Moore and Matthew Dana, both of whom had the level of respect and cooperation from their non-native counterparts, and they actually were able to get work done, and also to build those relationships that continue today. So I would encourage reaching out to former tribal representatives as well.
Thank you. Yeah, it would make a good program in itself to have that spectrum of time from, and I would add Madonna Soktoma, Fred Moore, Matt Dana, and now Aaron Dana. I bet they could tell you a lot about the history of the state legislature. Well, she's cheap now. But yeah, all of these people welcome competent speakers.
So I'm still looking for a little more direction. And is there anyone who doesn't want us to explore this to see if we could? I mean, we're going to have to reach out to people and see if they're willing to do this. And we need, to contact the tribes and more formally and make sure that, they're okay with it. But is there anyone who doesn't think we ought to at least try to develop something along these lines?
All right, there's no objective to trying something.
Then I think we're gonna see if we can move ahead with that.
Excuse me, I'm gonna head out, get back to the office. I'm gonna leave a copy of the audit financial, if anybody wants to review it.
Okay,
It was a pleasure being with all of you. Thank you for the invite. Good to
thanks,
see you.
Pat.
Nice seeing all of you.
Good to see you back.
Thank you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks. All right. So I mean, on the work plan, then apart from that issue, I wasn't going to ask, for any specific action at this point, thinking that it's something to look at and we would try to finalize at the September meeting. But I don't want to cut people off. If there are thoughts on the work plan draft that got sent around, folks should chime in.
Do you want to share anything about the meeting that you just had with the Permanent Commission?
Well, sure. That one of the items on the work plan, and has been for a while, is to coordinate with the Permanent Commission on the status of racial, indigenous, and tribal populations. They have they're really still, I didn't realize, they're still in a formative stage. I thought they were further along, but they have recently hired an executive director, and Rachel and I met with them yesterday. And they're very interested in working, with MITSC on crossover issues. They were pleased to see that we already had a provision in our work plan to reach out to them and seek areas to work together on. And one of the specific things that came up in the context of that conversation was the problem of getting information and sufficient data on various issues. And I mentioned to them the specific provision that we have in our statute that says it's entitled Interagency Cooperation. And it says, in order to facilitate the work of the commission, that is MITSC, all other agencies of the state shall cooperate with the commission and make available to it without charge information and data relevant to the responsibilities of the commission. And that is a provision that was added to our piece of the Settlement Act, of the Implementing Act at some point. I think it's been utilized to some extent. My sense is that it could be utilized a lot more in terms of getting information and data from state agencies that the MITSC might want to get. And there's a natural connection then that in working with the Permanent Commission, that being able to access that information could be helpful to collaborative work that we might want to do with the Permanent Commission. So just wanted to thanks Rachel for mentioning that. Obviously, there's many different issues that could be the subject of joint work between our commission and the Permanent Commission. And not everything that they would work on would coincide with things that we would prioritize. But I believe there are a number of areas where there really would be joint interest in issues. And so one of the things for us to be thinking about before we finalize the revised version of the work plan would be what areas do we really think we would want to focus on that also coincide with the purview of the Permanent Commission. Otherwise, again, if people have comments on the proposed work plan at this point, please go ahead and share them. Otherwise, I'm just suggesting that you sort of digest this, think about it. We're going to continue to work on the things that are already in the work plan. And yeah.
Sandy has her hand.
Okay, Sandy.
Thank you. Can you elaborate on this tribal state sharing of criminal history, number 14? I think I know what it means, but that doesn't read very well.
Yeah, sorry, it is probably a little unclear. A while ago, we had a request actually from the Attorney General's office, Kim Petwarden, to see if MITSC could be any help in terms of facilitating the sharing of criminal history, criminal conviction records between the tribal courts and the state. I think particularly with respect to the issues of domestic violence, and they were looking for to a way to facilitate the exchange of information between the tribes and the state on those conviction records. We made some preliminary contacts, but we haven't. It frankly didn't go very far. We had considered it one of the issues that would be on the agenda if we got a joint meeting with the chiefs that we were seeking to have. And you may recall, it's been a while, we've been trying to get a meeting with the chiefs. And I see that as an issue that would be one of the agenda items that we would put on that, put on the list with the chiefs if we can get a joint meeting, or at least get on their agenda for one of their joint chiefs meetings.
So you're talking about this area on the tribal state sharing of criminal history, right?
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think in my brain, and I don't know a whole lot, but I think that would involve not just certain people within tribal government, but also our court system.
Right.
Because
I think it would really largely be about the courts.
Yeah. Because I don't know anything about all that other than that. I know sometimes we don't know some things that the state does which would be relevant to making decisions as to who's coming in and out of our territories on our risk.
Actually, this is not a problem that's peculiar to the state and its non-federal tribal law system, state tribal laws. This is driven, I think, by the Federal Violence Against Women Act, which is treated specially under Maine law. I think it's part of, this is Congress is dealing government to government with the Native tribes. As part of VAWA, the federal government wants to have access to all tribal court conviction records so that statutes, for example, which enhance offenses, enhance sentences based on prior record are reconciled, and that the state, federal, and tribal courts are all linked together. But the technical problem of making that happen automatically through the computers is beyond all of us.
So, Sandy, is that helpful at all?
It is helpful, but I would encourage you to at least consider the inclusion of law enforcement in this as well. There is minimal to non-existent information sharing, even on the arrest record, arrest level, and if there are non-tribal citizens who are convicted sex offenders, we wouldn't necessarily know if they were in our territories. So I would encourage a little bit wider thinking, because currently there isn't information sharing even on the police level.
Thank you, Sandy. Yes, it involves at least two branches of government on both the U.S. or state and tribal side, by which I mean law enforcement and court administration. So it's exponentially more complicated.
Right, so at this point, I mean, it's in the draft here, work plan as like a potential, I think I listed it as a potential work plan item rather than an existing one. And because we haven't honestly gone very far with this, I made an initial couple of phone calls and really hadn't gotten very far with it. I think Sandy's suggestion is a good one in terms of maybe the way to sort of identify more fully what this might entail if MITSC was going to pursue it, would be to talk to the tribal police chiefs and explore it some with them, perhaps with the court clerks or the tribal judges or both, and maybe approach it from that end. But it also occurred to me that ultimately it was something we really needed to discuss with the chiefs. But maybe we need more information from the working level on the issue, in preparation for discussing it with the chiefs, if that makes sense. So if I don't hear, I guess at this point, if nobody has a concern about doing that, I would take the next step of trying to talk with the police chiefs, and court officials to get more information about what the sticking points have been, and then hopefully we would, we're going to be talking about trying to get a meeting with the chiefs anyway. So hopefully this could then be something that we have on an agenda with the chiefs, and that we would have more information to bring to them.
My worry is that it will be may be brought to a head with some statutory deadline. Somebody in the Valois administration needs this to happen, so we can't be too soon about this.
So if there was any objection to me at least exploring that with the folks who are on the ground level, more likely to be dealing with the issue, then that's what I'm going to do.
And may I recommend in that regard Judge Meinert?
Yes.
Yeah,
He's one of the
he's the most active.
Okay. Otherwise, on the work plan, unless there are other comments, I mean, if there are other comments, please make them. Otherwise, the plan would be to have that on the agenda for action by the commission at the September meeting, so that we would then have an updated work plan going forward from that point.
I think that's the end of that agenda item.
So the next, well, Bob,
no, it's time for some new business. Really, let's go on to the key event. Rachel,
Just a quick question about that. Rafi's uploading the videos right now. If we wanted to show them to this group, we were planning to show them tonight, but I think there are probably some commissioners on the Zoom that won't be participating tonight. So
how long?
Under 10 minutes. But if that is the case, then I would say maybe we bump that agenda item a little bit further down the list so he has a chance to get back.
I understand.
Or he's at least emailing me the link.
If there is no objection from the floor, we'll pass 7A for the time being and move on to. Oh no, Rafi's going to need to be here for the website too.
Well, for the
no.
Okay.
So 7B,
please.
Okay, that item is expanding the MITSC website library. I mean, this has been an ongoing piece of our overall redesign of the MITSC website. This is a specific piece. We've added some documents to the website, and we've been working on reorganizing them. There's also a lot more documents that could be and that we feel should be added to our website library. We've had a contractor who was doing some work on that, but because of other work demands, is no longer available to keep working on that. So we want to get an additional contractor or possibly two contractors to continue the work on expanding and sort of reorganizing our website library to make it more user-friendly. And one particular piece is we'd really like to develop more materials that are, you know, from the tribal side, tribal perspective, tribal documents. So if anybody has an idea about a person, you know, who we might reach out to be a contractor to help us with the sort of tribal aspect of the website library, we would really like to do that. I was particularly thinking Zeke and or Darren might, you know, have folks in mind who we might be able to reach out to do something. Sandy?
I actually, on that note, I don't have a name, and I'm not suggesting myself, but I'm kind of a research nerd, and then I also get paid to do that. And so I have a fairly extensive collection of literature, of manuscripts, tribal stories, links to you know, articles that can be purchased, and they're all Wabanaki specific. Most of them are Passamaquoddy specific. And I've been wondering, who can I share that with so that it can be considered for addition? Yeah, that was it. Because I'm more than willing to share all that I have, but it would have to be sent in multiple emails because it's kind of a lot. But I'm more than willing to share what I have.
It's excellent.
Okay, we will follow up with you on that. And if anybody has ideas about folks who might be, you know, good candidates to work with us as contractors on the website library, we would just ask that you contact, you know, Rachel or me, and we'll reach out to folks.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, if there isn't anything else on that, we're still holding off on.
Yeah, Rafi's on his way back now, and then we'll be able to share the videos. I mean, I could talk about C-Run first, but if,
why don't I do the next thing?
Okay.
So the next item on the agenda, that's okay, Bob?
Please.
Yeah. The next item under new business is planning a joint meeting with the Wabanaki Chiefs, which I already alluded to. We've been trying for a while to either have a joint meeting or at least to be on an agenda when the Chiefs have one of their meetings. Obviously, they've had some other things going on, but maybe now is, you know, another chance to try to be able to do that. So we've over the last year or so, we've had a number of things that we would have brought to a meeting with the Chiefs if we could get one together. Otherwise, we're just kind of on an ad hoc basis trying to reach out and communicate about things. So we have, it's my understanding, and Rachel can correct me, but it's my understanding that it is Chief Sabatis who basically organizes the meeting, the chief meetings.
that's my understanding. I guess Zeke could correct us if we're both wrong about that, but Chief Sabatis is who I've been reaching out to about trying to organize or be put on the agenda of a future meeting.
So I guess if Zeke may want to comment on that, but I guess our intention would be to just continue that effort to get on the agenda for a chief's meeting, and we would ask, you know, that our tribal commission members to, you know, encourage that, to do anything they can to facilitate getting a meeting with the chiefs. So, I don't know if there are any comments on that. Otherwise, we're just going to keep trying to make that happen.
If Zeke, if you're still there and if he's still willing and you and Rachel are still willing, I would like to complete the listening tour that we started last winter, but got only as far as Chief Newell, just to have a small delegation of us call on each chief or vice chief one at a time, because it'll take so long to get all of us together with all of them. I'd like to at least keep a little line of communication open. Zeke, are you with us?
Zeke might not be.
Oh, okay.
Well, and I would just comment on that, that there are kind of two different things.
Yes.
There are some issues that we would discuss at a chiefs meeting, don't necessarily require a joint meeting of the commission and the chiefs, but that, you know, we could bring to the chiefs meeting. But, you know, so that's kind of a separate issue from actually doing the tour. So we're going to just continue the efforts to make that happen. There are a number of issues that we really would need to discuss with the chiefs as a group. Yes, Richard?
Well, just a minor question really, but to stick with the theme, are we all current and up to date with all of the tribal seats filled? Are there expirations coming or are there vacancies? And if there are, would that be an agenda item in terms of a discussion with the chiefs?
Yes, it would, Richard, and thanks. I mean, actually, I was going to bring that up under item E on the agenda, but the basic situation with the tribal appointments is there's some paperwork probably that still needs to be clarified. There isn't an actual issue in terms of vacancy, but there are a couple of appointments where I think the paperwork we have probably is not consistent with just what we were told. And
what I'm really getting at is just sort of thematically that we talk about you know, the desire to have the commission fully populated on both sides, and that's just a sort of a consistent theme with the discussion with the governor, the discussion with the chiefs, and we can make that holistic.
Yeah, it's a good point. And so we are fully populated on the tribal side, but there are some details that we need to follow up on in terms of the formality of the appointment. And we're going to do that. So I think you're right. We want to be able to say, look, the tribes are keeping these positions full, and which they are, but we need some additional documentation on a couple of them. And the next item, the next item on the agenda would be the planning for the executive director search. I don't know if we want to go there right now, or
does that take us into executive session?
Well, it may lead to a decision that we have some things that would go to executive session.
Where is Rafi?
I'm expecting him any minute.
Well, why don't we just recess for 5 or 10 minutes?
And you can do that.
That's how I'm going to treat that as a motion in a second, that we're adjourned or
5 minutes
recess, 5 minutes.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna hit you.
Okay,
Yes, thank you for anyone who is still following us on the live stream. And after a brief recess, we're back in business. We're moving somewhat out of the order on the agenda, but we'll give it to Rachel and Ravi.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we were just gonna fill everyone in on some of the work we've been doing to promote the C-Run report. We've been conducting a series of interviews, beginning with Judd and Tony, who are co-authors of the report. And then we're working on a series of videos based on those interviews. And we were gonna show a brief introductory video in segment 1 of the interview we did with Judd and Tony, which will be multiple segments because it was a long interview.
We talked about
Yes. And then it's also exciting, like tonight we're facilitating a roundtable discussion with a lot of folks, Wabanaki and nonprofits and different people who work with sea-run fish and restoring rivers and fish passage. So that should be an exciting conversation tonight. And I guess we're just about ready to show these videos.
I should play it over Zoom and play it.
Oh, great. Okay, we good? All right, these are short, so it won't take long, but we wanted those of you who can't be participating tonight to be able to see them.
Did you share the screen?
I'm about to do that.
They're actually looking at.
All right, these are short, so it won't take long, but we wanted those of you who can't be participating tonight to be able to see them. All right, these are short, so it won't take long, but we wanted those of you who can't be participating tonight to be able to see them.
Thank you, Don.
Here we go.
All right, these are short, so it won't take long, but we wanted those of you who can't be participating tonight to be able to see them. Yeah.
Here we go.
All right, these are short, so it won't take long, but we wanted those of you who can't be participating tonight to be able to see them. Yeah.
Here we go.
All right, these are short, so it won't take long, but we wanted those of you who can't be participating tonight to be able to see them. Yeah.
The sound from the meeting live streaming that we're hearing coming back.
Yeah. Because the live stream is probably playing on my computer. Also, if this proves to be too complicated, we don't need to do it right now. But does anyone have any questions about the C-Run promotion work? Oh, another update I can give you is that we will have a booth at the Common Ground Fair again this year for MITSC. And Judd and Tony are also going to be speaking about C-Run at the Common Ground Fair, which usually has a very large audience, so that's exciting.
Where do our efforts stand on publishing more hard copies?
We just published 100 more, and we'll be publishing more to have for sale at Common Ground at our booth. So hopefully you can mention that when you speak. Yep.
And we're also still
I got
wanting
mine
to find funding to do more.
Can we get a copy of that?
Tony and I can offer it up.
You might not have, because I was handing them out at meetings and I think you were on Zoom, so I can get you one tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, you definitely need one.
I know it's DMR.
So,
Yeah. Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay.
The Maine Indian Tribal State Commission recently announced publication of a special report, Sea Run, which analyzes the impact of Maine policies and activity on the quality and quantity of traditional tribal fish stocks and Wabanaki sustenance lifeways practices, spanning the time from first contact between Europeans and the Wabanaki nations to the present. The report describes how the Wabanaki were systematically separated from the fisheries by colonial governments targeting their fishing villages, and later by Maine as it appropriated Wabanaki lands and waters for the development of the waterways for industrial use. The effect on Wabanaki fishing heritage has been profound in restricting available species, access to fisheries, and a role in fisheries management. The 1980 Maine Implementing Act, which confirmed settlement of the land claims case between the state and the Wabanaki nations, provided that members of the Passamaquoddy tribe and the Penobscot Nation may take fish within the boundaries of their respective Indian reservations for their individual sustenance. As Sea Run notes, when the MIA was passed, this promise was largely illusory because of the decline in the quantity of sea run fish and the level of pollutants that rendered any remaining fish a hazard to health if eaten in quantity. A constant thread throughout Maine's history has been Wabanaki persistence in revitalizing riverways and fisheries, not just for Indigenous people, but for all Mainers. Sea Run describes how current projects on the Penobscot, St. Croix, and Meduxnequag rivers create spaces where state, federal, and Wabanaki governments can work on revitalization side by side. The report emphasizes progress in the restoration of sea run fish migrations, including a clear state policy favoring restoration, the removal of several major dams and other impediments to fish passage, and successful efforts to improve policy on water quality standards. Finally, the report recommends ways Maine and the Wabanaki nations can foster traditional Wabanaki practices while enhancing the state policy of restoring sea-run fish to their historic place in Maine's ecology.
So that's not showing up very well, I guess, because we're sharing it via Zoom. It's like clear on the computer, but because there's a Zoom internet delay, the video quality is very poor.
Yeah, we were actually watching the live stream of that video. So it looks really crystal clear here, but.
Yeah, so our apologies for the quality.
Yeah, when we play it tonight, we won't be live streaming, so we'll get a better quality.
Okay, yeah.
So is that, you're doing another video?
Yeah, there's another one. Yeah. So that's part one, just introduction.
I'm Tony Sutton. I'm an assistant professor of Native American Studies and Food Systems at the University of Maine, and I was the supporting author to the Sea Run Fisheries Report.
I'm Judd S.T. Kendall. I'm a retired attorney. I was a legal services attorney for many years, and I did some of the initial research. Tony and I both did the initial research and then started the initial drafting so we'd have a product that people could then react to and try to hone into a better finished product.
What surprised you most as you researched this report, and what were the biggest takeaways for you?
I'm not sure about surprise, but learned the most about was, well, three things. One, the conscious effort. I did complete my thought.
It seems like the stream has
that they
stopped.
depended upon for their livelihood. This was conscious policy right from the beginning, even though you can always look at the Wabanaki position in any of the treaties that were signed back in those days or negotiated. And it always had to do with having access to those places that were traditional places for gathering food, for travel, etc. So that's one of the things. The second was the degree to which the sea-run fish in particular were destroyed, how they went from almost unimaginably vast floods of fish to this tiny trickle of fish that didn't get very far up the streams.
This is what you're supposed to be seeing.
And the third was, I think for me, a much better understanding of the different ways that Wabanaki people through culture and language would view the concepts that were being negotiated as opposed to the state. And of course, I was obviously aware of the level of power that the state has had to enforce their
We're gonna stop the video because it's clearly
vision,
not
but
working.
how deeply different those.
I guess we've learned we cannot live stream and show videos at the same time. If the internet is not fast enough for it to work. So the visuals were not keeping up with the audio.
That's too bad. Will this be on the web, the MITSC website?
Yeah, we just wanted to give you a preview, but yes, we're gonna be like launching this on the website into the MailChimp next week, is the plan. And tonight was gonna be our premiere showing of it, but.
So for anybody on the live stream who's been teased by this, it will become available.
Yes.
Yes, and if you want to, I'm hoping any commissioners who can will join us at 6 tonight, and we won't be live streaming, so you'll be able to see the video.
Yeah, so
better via Zoom.
So all of you that have watched this and got teased a little bit, you need to make it here.
Thanks for your patience with our technology foibles.
Just as what did come across, looked very good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Richard.
Yeah, I'm struck by the bifurcation of our efforts. Just today, I mean, we struggle with all the more abstract matter, but the reports, the two reports that Judd has done either alone or with Tony the past year have been real standouts for our public production. Glad to know that, we knock a few out of the park. Thank you, Judd.
Absolutely.
And thank you for all, I don't mean to underestimate the enormous value. Well, Judd's got the content. His pictures, the form, but the art of it is also recognized. We don't have that on the abstract part of our agenda either, but thank you all.
Thanks.
Yeah, and sorry about the technical difficulties, but again, tonight it should be clearer as we don't live stream the play arrangements.
I almost jumped out of my chair when that fellow pushed the thing on the wall. I had no idea that was connected to this.
So was there more you wanted to do?
No, I don't think we'll wait to show the videos tonight when they'll be clear. And yeah, if anyone has any questions or suggestions about promotion of Sea Run, we're open. So yeah. But I don't think we're gonna do.
I wish we could promote everything as well as we promote that. Is there more business to be done?
I'm going to ask that we, before we go on to the next item in order, that we talk about the next meeting.
All right.
To recap, we scheduled at the beginning of the year, we scheduled the meetings for the year, second Fridays, this being one of them, and then the next would have been the second Friday of September. The meeting in May that we had to be canceled was to be up at the Holton Band, pursuant to the idea that we had that we would rotate locations between the three counties where the tribal communities are located. And so Holton Band, Aristic was on the list for May. And we had already decided the retreat, this meeting and retreat was going to be here, so that wasn't a part of that cycle. So the question I have is, should we go back to the idea that the September meeting would be at the Holton Band? And I want to be sure that there isn't an event, at the Holton Band that would, that we'd be creating a problem for them by trying to have a meeting at that time. So,
Also, perhaps Sam can speak to this, but my understanding is the tribal office building is not open on Fridays. So that was also an issue, because if the goal was to be connecting with the broader community by holding a meeting, it might be better to do it when the tribal office building is actually open.
And having their IT staff on hand.
Exactly. So but that might involve changing the date of our meeting.
So I don't know if Zeke or Sam has a thought on that at this point. I mean, otherwise we would just kind of follow up after the meeting with commissioners about, settling on where we're going to actually have the September meeting.
I have a question for Zeke or Sam. Now I cannot remember the name of the site out there where you guys have your camps and everything, but there's that facility out there that I remember having. My very first meeting on this commission was during a retreat. Balanced Territory had their place there. Do you guys have the technology out there available to be able to hook up, online and all that kind of stuff, or is it limited to just your tribal office?
I can answer that. I think you're talking about our campground, Wild Pines, and the
yes.
I think they do have an internet connection. Cell phone service is pretty bad out there, and also the previous meeting place we had is it can be available on Fridays. Not it being publicly open for anybody who might want to attend outside of the commission. But yeah, it can be used on Fridays.
Sam, can I ask a question?
Yep.
Do you know whether we would be able to have the help of your IT people on a Friday?
I could ask about it, but he lives close by.
Okay.
I think that would be essential.
Sam, if I could ask another question, is there an event? Do you know if there's an event there that would be that weekend or that second Friday of September?
We have like our recognition day ceremony around. It kind of varies, but it's around that time of year.
Okay, so we'd want to follow up and make sure we weren't, interfering with that, right?
Yeah. Oh, I can get back to you on that one. Just hold on. Let me send a message and see. Hold on.
Okay, we'd appreciate it if you could follow that up. And then I hear, what we're hearing is we're going to try to go back for this meeting to Holton Band, unless you tell us to stay away.
No, the more the merrier.
All right, thanks, Sam. So we'll follow up on that, make sure that we don't have a schedule conflict with things going on there. And so that would bring us, Bob, if I could, to item D under new business, which is planning for executive director search. And I'll start by saying this might lead into, I think maybe this leads into conversation that probably should go to an executive session, but I think we could start. And
that sounds probably more interesting than it really is, but if those of you on the live stream will bear with us while we struggle our way through what must be public and what can't be public, please proceed.
So, and we would, if we do go to executive session, that would become the last item Other than that, the only thing left would be adjournment.
Very well, so that the people on the live stream can know to just turn us off for good once we go to executive session.
If we go to executive session. All right, so I sent, actually in May and then resent this week, a draft of a job description and a posting, drafts of those two documents. Because as you will recall, this has kind of been on hold until we knew whether or not the commission was going to have adequate funding to move ahead with this. Also, as you will recall, I went to part-time status a while ago, and I've been essentially working at 60% time. And I've indicated to the commissioners that I was in transition back to Minnesota. I've been largely working remotely. And I've expressed to the commission my feeling that I think that the director, and I should add, I've indicated I no longer would like to be full-time. I don't really want to be working full-time at this point. And but also I've indicated to the commissioners that I really believe that it's important that the executive director be full-time and be accessible, be physically present and to a degree that I haven't been able to do. I think we've done all right with the interim, but now that we know we have the funding, I believe that the commission should go ahead with hiring of a full-time executive director who can be physically present everywhere they need to be. So that's sort of the background of it. I sent, like I said, I sent out those draft documents, and I'm thinking now that we know the funding is secure. I had indicated previously that once we knew the funding was secure, that I'd like us to go ahead and start the process. And I think that involves, deciding on the documents, finalizing the documents, and deciding on a process. As Bert has pointed out, we have an administrative committee, although, I mean, honestly, I don't know, it's been a while since the administrative committee's formally met, but there is an administrative committee. One member of that committee is no longer on the commission, but I think we still have Bert, Sandy, and Richard that are members of the administrative committee. And so it could be that the administrative committee is basically delegated with being the hiring search committee. So that's one thing to talk about, a timeline and process in terms of gathering the applicants, conducting interviews. You can either talk about that as a group, or you could say we want the administrative committee or whoever the hiring committee is going to be to work on that and come back with suggestion. But I think those things need to be talked about at this point.
Yes. Well, as far as the documents that you forwarded to each of us, that's the major starting point. Is that unless there's any change, I looked them over personally. I don't have anything that I see that needs to be changed. However, there may be others that might see something that might be able to be changed, and I think at that point we probably would have to go into executive session. But if there are no objections, any changes need to be made, I think that we can go ahead from this point and start doing what we need to do to put that information out.
Now that you mentioned it, I remember we activated the administrative committee for the chairman search. And that was about as active a committee process as we've ever had. We had several Zoom meetings, and it ultimately reached a resolution. So I'm generally supportive of delegating this to the administrative committee. Is it your intention to remain as Pope Emeritus?
As one,
Pope Emeritus?
for the time being.
No, I mean, will you remain available, through a liaison or overlapping process?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Whatever the commission needs, for transition.
Yeah, it was the administrative committee that basically, even prior to, when even in hiring your position in the first place, when, that's where it starts, and then we bring it whatever else to the full commission to, or any comments or suggestions, and we kind of go back and forth and make those changes. Then eventually start interviews.
Maybe I should, since Sandy and Richard are the other two, maybe we should put it up.
Yes, thank you, Paul. I don't know if Sandy Yarmul and Richard Rosen, if you're still tuned in, but Paul reminds me that you're the rest of the administrative committee who would be volunteered for this process. Are you game?
I can be voluntold, absolutely.
Volatile.
Okay. Thank you. All right, well.
Do we need a formal vote on anything at this point? Are we ready to post? At some point, I'll invite people on the live stream to recruit for us if we're actually posting.
I think the decision's basically been pending for a while, that we would move ahead with this. It's just, it was contingent on the adequacy of funding, so.
I guess it was.
Richard, did we want to?
Yes, sir, Richard. Or you're just the focus of the Zoom lens now.
You're muted.
That's terrible. I'll pull back out. No, happy if Sandy's in, I'm in.
But I think that, what we could do is see if there's anything that the other commissioners, looking at the documents as you presented them, if there's no questions or anything that they feel need to be changed, we could probably go ahead and get that process.
Delegate to the committee and move on.
Okay with me.
So we want to ask if there are any concerns about the documents.
Are there any concerns about the proposed draft documents? Yes, Sandy.
Well, it's not a concern. I would also propose that perhaps we do a follow-up email and Rachel could send that out, and then we can get everybody to have an opportunity because not everybody's here on the Zoom to be able to speak. So if we gave had Rachel send out an email with an established deadline to reply, and then silence would be permitted from there.
You're talking, Sandy, you're addressing those documents specifically? The job description?
Yep, exactly, yep.
Okay, and silence will be golden.
Absolutely. Jared.
Thank you. Do we need to move to executive session?
I think if you have a consensus that if unless those documents need revision, that you're delegating this to the three lucky members of the administrative committee.
So moved.
And then we will follow up with them.
Yeah. Done. We'll be looking for a new executive director. If you know of any good candidates.
Where do we advertise?
Where?
Shop and
Yeah.
save.
No, I'm just kidding. Laundromats, yes.
There's a Maine Association of Nonprofits.
Well, yeah, we have a head start, a pretty good head start on that, Sandy, from what we did with two occasions, the chair search and when we hired Rachel as project coordinator. So that gives us a pretty good start. I am thinking that we'll want to supplement that, update that. We can set, I think what we'll do is we'll put together an actual list of what we've already identified as places and ways that we would circulate it. We'll send that to the commissioners and solicit any additions. I think we've already got a pretty extensive list, but does that sound okay?
Yeah, that does. I would just like to make sure that we have at least reached out to each of the communities.
Oh, absolutely. That's,
Okay.
yeah, yeah,
Fabulous.
yeah.
Is there any further business to come before the commission?
Not unless a commissioner has something they want to bring forward.
And if there are no commissioners to bring anything forward, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. And since it's just me and Bert,
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
and I'll second it. Any discussion? Any opposition? We'll see you next time.
Thank you,
Thank you all.
everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tell my wife to
Hello, is anybody there?